媒体朋友们，大家上午好。
Good morning, dear media
14届
friends.
全国人大3次会议
The
第二
third
场代表通道
session of the
现在开
14th
始。
NPC has now
今天的
its
代表通道
second
大会新闻中
deputies
心邀请了
corridor.
6位
Today,
来
we have
自企业、
invited 6
学
deputies
校、
coming from
农
the
村、
enterprises,
街道
universities,
和自贸
rural
港建设一
areas,
线的
the
全国人大代表
sub-districts,
走
and
上代
the
表通
first
道
line
并
of
回
the
答
Freight Report
大家的
to
提问。
take your questions.
现在请第一组代表。
Now, let's invite the first group of deputies.
2位代表分别是
The two
湖北
deputies are
华工科技党委
from
书记、董
Hua
事长
Gong Tech,
马新强代表，
Party Secretary Ma Xinqiang.
大家好，
Good
广
morning.
东小鹏汽车科技
From
有限公
Xiaopeng
司董事长
Motors
何小鹏代
Chairman
表。
He Xiaopeng.
大家好，我是小鹏。
Good morning, everyone. I am He
谢
Xiaopeng.
谢。现在
Thank
请
you.
大家开始
Now
提
we
问，
open the floor to questions and answers.
请第一排人民日报记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。
Thank
人
you.
民日报记
From
者提
People's
问。
Daily.
我的问题想提给马新强
My
代表。
question is to
马新强代表
Deputy
您
Ma
好
Xinqiang.
我们日常使用的手机、
The
汽
daily
车这些
used
东
mobile
西都要
phones
用到
and
激光技术。请
automotives
问，在您
need
所从
laser
事的激
technology
光装备
support.
领
So
域
in your
是
laser
如何破解卡脖
equipment
子技术
sector, how do
实现
you
科技
make
自立自强
breakthroughs in
的？
order to
谢
be
谢。
independent technically? Thank you.
好，谢谢您的提问。
Thank you for your question.
我是来自湖北团的人大代表。
I'm here on behalf of Hubei
主要从
delegation.
事
My name is
高
Ma
端激光装备
Xinqiang.
的
I am in the
研制
business of
及产业化。
high-end laser equipment
激光啊，
R&D and
被誉为
industrialization.
最亮的
Laser
光，
is
最
named
快的
as
刀，
the brightest
最总的尺。
light, the
因
fastest
为这些特
blade,
性，激光被
and
广泛
also
用
the
于
most
各行各业。
precise
比如这
measurement
位记者
because
朋
it
友刚刚
could
提
be
到的，
widely applied in
我
various
们
industries.
现在
As
使
has
用的
been
手
mentioned
机
by the reporter,
开
it
的
could
汽
be
车，
used by the cell
其中
phones, the automotives,
70%的
and
零部件的
almost
制造加工啊
70% of the
都要用到激
parts
光。
production and processing need the work
激光技
of
术啊，
laser technology.
作为
Yet,
被国外发达国
laser
家管制
technology
的技术，
has been
我国
controlled
在这一领域
by
啊，
the developed
长期
nations for
受
long,
制于人。
and the China has
多年前
been restricted by that
中国
fact.
的高端激光加
20
工装
years
备
ago, China's high-end
基本
laser
依靠国外进口。
equipment R&D
就连激
relied
光器
completely
加
on
工用的螺
imports.
丝钉
Even the screws for the processing of laser equipment cost like $3
就
US
是
dollars
因为这颗螺丝钉啊，警醒
each
我
one.
必须走
We have
自
to
强
buy from
奋斗的道
overseas.
路。
That inspired me to
为
blaze
了
our own
破解
trail
卡脖子技
and
术难题，
strive for a breakthrough.
我所在
So,
的
to
华工
that
科技
end,
多年来
Huagong
在高端
Technology
装备
for
制
years
造领域啊，
have been dedicated to
风雨之追。
high-end
当我们
manufacturing
研
of
制
the
成功
laser
汽
equipment.
车白车身
We
激
aimed
光焊
to
接装
catch
备时
up
啊，
when we have
一举
developed
突破了
the laser
国外
welding
近40
equipment.
年的
We
技术
have
垄
made
断，促
a
使啊
breakthrough
国外
to
产品的
break
价格
the
下降了
monopoly by
40%
overseas for 40 years' time,
现在
bringing down the cost
我们用
by
43
40%
秒
as a result.
就可以
Now,
完成
in
一辆
43
新
seconds,
能
we
源汽
can
车车身
complete
的激光
the
焊接，
NEV's
这也
laser
是行业的最快
welding.
速度。目前
That is the fastest
我们
pace in
这
this
款产品
industry.
的国
Now,
内市场占有率啊，
our market share of
已经达到
that
了
technology
90%。
stands at 90% in China.
服务下线车辆超过了
We
4500
have
万辆。
served
与此同时，
45 million cars
我们还
with that
开发了
technological support.
100多套
Meanwhile, we have
激光装
developed
备，
100
服务
laser
汽车
equipment
产业链
of
的
ours
这个汽车
serving the
零配件
automotive
生产
parts
1000多种，
production
有力的
with over
支撑了
1,000
中国
varieties.
新能源汽车啊
And we aggressively
走向世界。
support China's NEVs to go
现在
global.
我们
Now,
不仅实现了
We have not only
高端激光
realized
装备
high-end
替
laser
代进口，
equipment
而且
replacement of imports,
产品订单量
we are even starting to
超过
export.
国际品牌，
And
用不到
we are
10年时
exceeding
间
the performance of
走过
the
了
overseas brands.
国外巨头
By taking less than
30多年的
10 years'
产业化
time,
历
we
程，
have
创造
ended
了行
the
业领域
history
啊
of
70
overseas
多项中国第
monopoly
一。
And we have also made 70 records. We set up the first laser industry standard in China, and our products could register 35% of annual increase of sales internationally, rewriting the story about the laser industry in the world. So the Chinese manufacturers could afford the high-end laser equipment right now. While developing ourselves, we also help the industry chain, the corporate chain, and supply chain to serve 1,000 enterprises to develop. And now our products could support China's optoelectronic industry to march forward. Behind such achievements, we have taken control of those technologies. Even in the most difficult times, we stepped up our investment into R&D with over $10 billion investment. With our utmost will, we gathered talents from international market, and we worked with the upstream and downstream and give play to the alliance of industrial innovation to conduct independent innovation and to rely on the academicians to innovate. Today, we could be confident enough to say that China's laser industry has already embarked on the first-class journey internationally, but this is a long race without destination. During President Xi Jinping's visit to Huagong Tech, he pointed out that the information technology industry is a strategic high-tech industry, and it has the conditions to make breakthroughs in China as one of the representative high-tech industry. We will continue to work hard and pick the higher-hanging fruits so as to blaze a unique trail of the optoelectric industry to add up our edge and to become a leader in industrial innovation. Thank you.
现在请大家继续开始提问。请这一侧举手的中央广播电视总台记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人，我是中央广播电视总台记者。我的问题要提给何小鹏代表。去年咱们国家新能源汽车的产量突破了1300万辆，越来越多的人喜欢上了国产新能源汽车。那在您看来，新能源汽车产业的创新发展将给我们的生活带来怎样的改变
？How these change our life. This is a story and also a question about how technology change our people's way of life. My name is He Xiaopeng from XPeng. General Secretary Xi mentioned that the industrial innovation should be driven through the innovation in science and technology. In the recent 3 decades, that is also at the period we all witness. We are very lucky, especially myself, experience all these tremendous changes, especially happened in the automobile industries. And right now, we are seeing that the 4th generation of changes happened with AI as the mainstay. So let me talk in this way. Last year, I back to my university. So I talked to the younger ones. I talk about that we actually connected the access to the internet. And that is actually the very first example of connecting internet access to the whole building. So this is not a big piece today, but back then, in my age, in the university, actually we got access to the internet. That's a big deal. So we should believe that innovation and technology do change our lives. Right now, we embrace the AI-driven era with our rich experience in Xphone, we know that AI could drive further development and innovation in automobile. We know that AI can help us to do that driverless experience, and we know that the automobile driving age is already here. And also we talk about the robotic application. Talk about the driverless. The automobiles actually with the very first one to break the whole end-to-end terminal-to-terminal automobile application, and believe that this year we will also surpass our competitors in the industry in this regard, and especially for L4 level automobile parking, automobile finding the vehicles in the parking lot. I believe that's also a big boost to the industry's development. I also, for myself, also made a lot of DA proposals in terms of the standardization of the automobile sector, especially the self-driving sectors. And also, I'm very happy to see that for the very first time, that the term of the embodied AI mentioned in the government work report for Xphone, actually we focus a lot on the research of the humanoid robots, and we divide it into L1 to L5. That's how we categorize that. And if you look at today's the robot, that's the early stage of L2. If we could better commercialize the humanoid robot, that should reach to L3, so which means that your eyes, mouth, your brain, and your limbs, that all can be better integrated smoothly. So based on our rich experience in self-driving and also the robotic areas, we hope that we could produce to the industry in terms of that embodied AI, the vehicle application, and also the low altitude economy also developed fast. And we also actually, next year, we could also produce in a big amount of the flying vehicles. And I hope that we could be the very first movers in the market to bring that AI plus automobile to re-innovate the operation system based on the small aircraft, so we can better and facilitate us to operate all these aircrafts. For us, actually, we always would like to explore the future. We hope that in the city we could also operate the self-driving vehicles and the intercities, and we could fly with the flying vehicles, and also we could also rely on that further applications and also bring that benefits to our consumers worldwide. Here, I also would like to say a big thank you to Guangdong province. It's a fertile land that cultivates the driving forces and boost our company's further development. Today is a very special day. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend the best wishes to all the women. Happy Women's Day. Thank you very much.
现在请第二组代表，谢谢。
Now let's invite the second group of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
海南省委自贸港
the
工委办
Deputy
副主任
Director of the
蔡强
Office
代
of
表。
Working Committee of Hainan Free Trade Port,
各
Cai
位媒体
Qiang.
朋友，早晨好。
Good morning.
河北石家庄外国
The
语学校
Secretary of General
党
Party
总支书
Branch
记
of
裴
Shijiazhuang
红霞代
Foreign
表。
Language Education Group, Madam Pei Hongxia. Good
谢谢
morning, everyone.
现在请大家
Now we
开始
open the
提
floor
问，
to questions
请经济日报社记者提问，谢谢。
from
举手的这位女士。
Economic Daily. Thank you. My question goes to Deputy Cai Qiang. In 2025, the Hainan Freight Trade Port is about to be put into operation. We are all concerned about it. Since you are in the front line work, could you please brief us about the situation of the Freight Trade Port? Thank you for the question. My name is Cai Qiang. I come from the first line of Hainan Freight Trade Port. My job is mainly about the financing. And this year, Hainan Freight Trade Port is about to be put into operation, and Hainan will be created into a unique space for the supervision. And by that, it doesn't mean that we are going to close the port. Instead, we are going to open up wider to realize the facilitation of investment and trade. We are all very concerned about the operation of the Freight Trade Port, about whether we are ready. So allow me to introduce my work experience from the fiscal and also the taxation perspective. For example, to share with you about the offshore duty-free services, Hainan offshore duty-free services have some new pickup methods of the products. For example, after buying the products from the duty-free shops, you could directly pick them up and use them while staying in Hainan, instead of previous experience of only picking up your duty-free products when you're about to leave. So now you could directly go to the duty-free shops in Hainan to buy the surfing board or the clothes and the sunscreen products, and just after the shopping, you could directly rush to the beach to enjoy surfing. And what will be the opportunities and preferential treatment in Hainan Free Trade Port? Not long ago, during the NPC Deputies investigation, I paid visit to the international containers port in Hainan Yangchu. And with the Free Trade Port development over the years, a group of enterprises are gathering here. For example, the Costco shipping ports, making Hainan the second place in this business. According to the investigated people, they came here years ago, and over the past 4 years, the corporate income tax and individual income tax has been reduced by about 300 million, and they also enjoy the VAT rebate preferential treatment. For 7 ships, that amount was about 360 million yuan of taxation exemption. So those are real benefits brought to the Free Trade Port. The taxation policies tailored for the Free Trade Port are starting to take effect. For example, for zero tariff, for free production equipment and yachts and others, we have 3 lists. In the future, the list will only go longer for these products to be exempted. And as to the 15% of corporate and individual income taxation, we will further extend the scope of taxation reduction. We are designing certain reform measures. It is fair to say that such taxation preferential treatment has become the accelerator of the Free Trade Port. For one thing, they help to step up our pace of institutional design in the Free Trade Port by providing with the market players with more opportunities of development and stronger support. And for another, it attracts logistics and also the population flow and capital flow to this area to further inject dynamism into the Free Trade Port. 2025 would be critical for Hainan. To implement the policies of CPC Central Committee, we will endeavor to go all out to center on the development of this area and scientifically plan our high-quality development and reform and opening up so as to open wider to the outside world at a higher level.
请大家继
Thank
续
you.
提问。
Thank you very much.
请第一排新华社记者提问，谢谢。
好，谢谢主持人，我是新华社
With
记
the
者。
Xinhua News
我的问题
Agency,
想
my
提给
question
裴红
to
霞代表。
Ms.
裴代
Pei
表，
Hong
您
Xia.
好。
Good
您
morning.
不仅是一名深耕教育的
You
老
are
师，
a
也是一名
practitioner
人大代
and
表。
teacher
那么想请
in
问
the
您
education
如何
sector. You
在
are
教书
also
育人
a
中发挥
deputy
好自
of
己的代表作
NPC.
用，
And
在
how
新
do
时
you
代
play your
更好
role
的
as a
传道
deputy
授业解惑呢？谢谢
and
您。
in the promoting
谢谢您的提问。
virtue through
大家好。
education?
我是
Thank
河
you
北
for your
团的
question.
人大代表裴红霞，
My name is
来
Pei
自
Hongxia
石
from
家庄外国
Hebei.
语学校。习近平总书
And
记指
also
出，
I worked
培养
at
什么
the
人，怎样培养
Shijiazhuang
人，
Foreign
为谁
Language
培养
School.
人，是
And
教
General
育的根本
Secretary
问题，
always talk about
也
we
是
should
建
consider
设
the
教育强
fundamental
国的核心
thing
课题。
for the education
作
that
为一名人
what
民教师，
we should
牢记
be
为
a
党育
teach
人、
and
为国
who we
育才的
teach
初
and
心
how
使
we
命。
teach. I believe this is
如何
also
在
our
新时
mission.
代教育强国建设中，更好地
And
传
also
道
we need to
授
think
业
about
解
how
惑。
would really
如何
to
在
bring
教
all the
书业务
knowledges
中
to the young
增强制度
generations
自信，
and also
一
to
直是
strengthen
我
the
思考的问
confidence
题和努
in
力方向。
the system and
大家知
institution.
道，
That's
石
also
家
the
庄
direction
是
I'm
全国
always
第一
thinking
个
about.
召开人民代表大会的
Shijiazhuang
城
is
市。
the very first
去
city
年，我
to
带领学生们参观了石家庄
hold
首届
the
人民代表大
first
会
the
历史陈列展。
People's Congress meeting, and also I organized students who made a visit to the museum to let them learn about that the NPC's system
为什么
under
是
the
人类
leadership
政
of
治制
the
度史上的伟大创造？
Communist Party of
向他
China
们讲
to
述
let them
中国道
understand
路、
the strengths
中国
of
制度。
this system, and
记
also
得
let
在
them
参观过程
know
中，
that the
学生
past
们被一张
and system
1949
of
年的老
NPC.
照片所吸
And
引。
students are actually quite
一位老
interested
人
in
光
a
着膀
older
子
picture in
站在台上演
1949.
讲。
Actually, a
演讲的老
elder
人叫陆春
people
长，
named
是
Lu
一
Chunchang
位农民代表，
is
也
a
是那届代表中最年长
deputy
的
from
一
the
位。
rural area and
他做
also
过
the
20多年
eldest
长工，
one.
烧过
And
15
he
年窑。
worked in
在
the
人民
rural
的推举
areas,
下，
have done
当
in
选为
different
人大
jobs
代
in the
表
rural
和
area,
市政府委
and
员。
also he
当时他激
on
动地
behalf
说
of：“ the
我要服
people
务
in the
到
rural
底，
area as the
有半点本
deputy,
领
and
我
also
也
he
要拿
very
出来。”
excited and saying
这
that
朴素的语言
I
和情感，
would
深深地
devote
感
all
染了
myself
参观陈
to
列展
serve
的
the
同学
people.
们。有位
That's a
学
very
生在留言
true
簿上
and
这样写道
pure：“
新时代的青
mission
年
and
应当
passion
勇毅前
actually
行，
quite
报
touched
效祖
the
国，
students.
为实
And
现
also
中华民
the
族
students
伟大复
saying
兴而
that
努力奋
they
斗。
should also make their efforts and
在我们学
contribution
校还有一项特色
to
活动，
advance
就
the
是
national
将我爱石
rejuvenation
家
on
庄
all
学生
fronts.
社会实
We
践活
also
动
have a
与人
special
大代表建
activity
议联系起来。
that's also the
比
activity
如，社区
connect
电动自行
at
车的充电
the
设施存在许多风
suggestions
险隐
of
患。
the deputies
面
with
对这
their
样的社
actual
会管理中存在的问题，
social
同学们
activities.
能做什么
So
呢？
talk about one thing, let's say
想
how to
这也
organize
是
that
解
the
惑的
bicycles
应
on
有
the
之一。
street. So students
2023
always think about the
初一期班
solutions,
的
how
同学
to
们
better
在人
organize
大
all
代表
these
的指导
bicycles,
下，
and
开
also
展了
a
石家庄
class
市
of
社
students
区电动自
guided
行
by the
车充电
deputies.
设施的
They
现状调查。
actually did
同学
a
们
research
深入
on
到
the
许多社区，
charging
详
poles
细
or
了
the
解
charging
社区的
facilities
电动自
in
行
the
车充电
communities
设施的使用
settings.
现状。
So they visit to the
提
different
出了
communities
社区
to
集中
learn
充电
the
点
pictures on
要
the
规
ground,
范设置，
and they
增加数量，
talk
配
about
建烟
that
感
we
监
should
控
also
和
standardize that
灭
the
火器等
construction
建议。
of that the
同学
charging
们的调研
facilities,
报告
and also
被
we
吸
need
收
to
到
have
了
that
人
the
大代表建议
corresponding
中，
facilities like the
并推
fire
动市政
extinguishers.
府相关部
So
门
this is
转化为
actually
便民措施。
become a
这项社会实践
actual
活动开展以来，
implementable
先后有192
policies and
份学生
regulations
社会实践调
by
研报
the
告，
local government.
在各级人大代
And
表
so
建议
far we
中
have
得到吸
more
收
than
和体
100
现。
of that suggestions
通
made
过
by the students
这
to
些
the
点
local
滴的小
authorities.
事，同学们
So
亲
these
身体
kind
验
of
到，
stories and
亲身体验到了
activities
自己的意见建议
For the young generations, they feel that their piece of suggestion actually finally turned to reality. They make their actual contribution to make the society better. And they also feel that's what called the whole process of people's democracy. as an educator, we cultivate the talents for the country and also would like to bring that the seed of confidence into the young people's heart. I believe that's also my answer.
谢谢两位代表。
Thank you very
谢
much.
谢。现在请第三组代表。
Now let's give the
谢谢。
floor to the third group of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
天津东丽区
from
华民街
the
道胡张庄村党支部
Huzhangzhuang
书记
village,
杨宝林代表，
Huamin subdistrict, Dongli district of
上海
Tianjin,
虹
the
桥街道
party secretary Yang
荣华第
Baolin,
四居民区
and
党
also
总支
from
书
the
记
fourth
盛红代
neighborhood
表。
of Shanghai Hongqiao
谢
district,
谢，请大家开始提问。
party secretary Shen Hong. Now we open the floor to
请中国妇女
questions
报记者提问，第一排。
from China Women's Daily.
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
中国妇女报全媒体记者提问。我想提问杨宝
My
林代表
question goes，
据了
to
解
Deputy， Yang
您
Baolin
扎根农村基层40余
As
年
is known，
请
to all,
问
you have
您是
been
如何和
dedicated to
乡
the
亲们
rural
一起
areas for
让
40
一个
years
贫穷
time?
落后的村
How
庄
did you
旧貌换新
enable
颜
a
的？
poor
谢谢。
village to take on a new look together with the locals? Thank you for your question.
44年前，
44 years
我从
ago,
山东远嫁天津，来到了一个被
I
称为
moved from
天津北
Shandong
大荒的胡
to
张庄。
Tianjin.
2006年，
In
为两委会换届
2006,
时，我当选为村主
during
任
the village committee
2010年，
reshuffling,
当
I
选为
became
村
the
党支部书记。
leader
带领
of the
乡
village
亲们
committee.
致富
I
和
took
小
the
康
lead
是
together
我
with the
许下的
locals
承
to
诺。
develop
特别是
that
2018
village.
年，
Especially
当
in
选为全国人
2018,
大代表。
I was
新职
nominated
务
to be the
新职
NPC
责
deputy.
我感
With
觉
this new
肩上的担子
responsibility
更
and
重。
new task, I
不
could
过，
feel
我
the
始
heavier
终
burden on my
记住了一
shoulders.
个理儿，
But still, I
那就
keep
是
in my
作为一
mind
名党员
about one
和农
fact,
村
that is,
基
as a
层的全
CPC
国人大代
member,
表，
together
就是
with the
在致
grassroots
富路上
NPC
带
deputies
着
in the
乡亲们
villages,
使劲
our
跑，
jobs
坚
are
守
to
自己的
take
初
the
心
villages
和承
together
诺。
to
过去，
march
我们
forward,
胡张
and
庄
we
村
must remain
生活
true
条
to
件
our
十分艰
original
苦，
mission.
有着
Initially,
芦苇
our
地、
living conditions were
芦
very
苇荡、
poor.
盐碱地、土坯房，有女不嫁胡张庄的先
For
天条件。
example, the
但是
saline and
也
alkaline
有
soil
着
needs to
土壤
be
中很大量的
improved,
家园素，
and
种出来的葡萄口感甜，
the
味道
grapes
香的资
were
源
too
优质。
sweet that we
如何
grew.
打开发展症结，
How
实现
could
乡
we
村振兴
tap
使命？
into the advantages of the policies to rejuvenate the villages? I kept thinking about the
逐步
answers
找到了
with
打
the
开绿
villages.
色发展之
Gradually,
路的
we
金钥匙。
embarked on the road of
第一把
green
金钥匙
development,
就是
and
让
we had
葡萄
some
藤
golden
接
keys
触
to that
致富
solution. The first one is
2008
to develop
年
the
我
vines.
带领大伙
In
制定了
2008,
胡张庄村发展规划，
we made the
以葡
development
萄这个
plan
优
for the
势产
village.
业为
We
抓
take
手，
into the
通
advantageous
过
industry
硬
of
化
grapes
田间
production.
道路，疏通
We
沟
have
渠，
paved
提升
the
改造
ditches
电
and
线线路，
improved the roads in the
建设农
villages
业
and
生产用房
established
和
some
冷库，
new
引
cables,
进了大棚种植项目，
and we introduced a new pilot project
建立了
of
营销
the
网等措施，
shelter grown
彻
grapes
底改变
so
了
as to better
乡亲
sell our
谈天
grapes
色变的历
elsewhere.
史，打通了农产品
And
向外运
since
输
then,
的
our
致富
agricultural
之路。
products could be sold to the outside world, and the local villagers increased their income. We have completed the green product certification, and our grapes were also incorporated into the list of innovation. The second golden key is to control the saline and alkaline soil.
绿色生态屏障，
We have set up such a green and ecological barrier.
2000亩地的葡
For
萄园外
2,000 mu, aside from the 2,000 mu of the grape land, we also have 3,000 mu land of the
一手
water.
抓水产养
So
殖，
we developed the
不断
aquatic
发展
products
壮大集体经
to
济，使
develop
昔日的
the
盐碱
local
地
economy.
变
The
为乡亲
previously
们发家致
alkaline
富的
soil
绿
were
色地
turned
方。
into the
每
green
到夏
bank
季，
for the
绿油油
villages.
的
In the
葡萄园
summertime, the
和养
green
殖鱼塘
vines
遥相呼
and
应，
the
吸引着各地的游
ponds
客。
keeping
第
fish
三把金钥匙
attract
就是
tourists to our
让
village.
北大荒
The
种
third
出
solution
幸福花。
was
在
to
解放
develop
战争时
houses.
期，我们党
Together with
在
the
胡张庄
neighborhood,
村建立了
In Huzhanzhuang village, we developed the first grassroots party branch, and that is of great significance. Now in Huzhanzhuang village, we are digging into different resources so as to have both landscape, sightseeing, tourism choices, and also good educational resources. In that way, we could accelerate the pace of village rejuvenation. Today's Huzhanzhuang village can also have some students who successfully applied for the colleges, and the local villagers' lives could be guaranteed. For now, Huzhanzhuang village is trying to develop and coordinate agriculture, forestry, and fishing business. I was born in villages and I grew up in the village, so I had a special bond for the villages. Now I've been deeply rooted in the grassroots for 40 years' time, and for the land of Huzhanzhuang village, I was in deep love with it. I am ready to stay here and work together with the villagers to continue to contribute to the village rejuvenation. Thank you.
谢谢杨宝林代表，谢谢。请大家继续提问。请第一排法制日报记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you very
法
much.
制日报记者提问。
From
郑红代
Legal
表您
Daily,
好，
my
您
question
工作在基层社
to
区，天天
Mr.
和
Sheng
居民
Hong.
群众
Ms.
打
Sheng
交
Hong
道，
actually
许
work
多
at
都
the
是柴米
grassroots
油盐、鸡
actually
毛
talk
蒜皮的
to
小
the
事儿。
neighbors
那么对
every
于
day.
倾听大
Actually,
家
there's
的
no
心
bigger
声，
piece,
推动
but
解
that's
决
also
民
quite
生实
involved
事，
in
您
people's
有怎
day-to-day
样的
life.
亲身体
And
会？
what's your experience you can share with us?
感谢您的提问。
Thank you for
大
your
家好，
question.
我是
Good
盛
morning.
红，
My name
来
is
自
Sheng
于
Hong
上海市长
from
明区虹桥街道。
Hongqiao
在
Street,
2019年的11
Shanghai.
月2日，习近平总书记在虹
And
桥
in
街道考
November
察时，
12th,
首次提出
the
了
President
全
Xi
过程人
visited
民民主的
and
重大
the
理念。
our
我在社区
places, and
呢已经
also
工作了
he
14
mentioned
年
about the
了。
great idea
作
about
为
the
一
whole
位
process
人大
people's
代表，
democracy.
就是要
I
为
work
国家
at the
建言
grassroots
献
for more
策，
than
为人民群众服
14
务。
years, and my key role
在点
is
点
to
滴滴
serve
的
the
履职
people
工作中
and
去
also
践
to
行
solve
全
their
过程人民
issues,
民主。
and also from my
每天啊，
day-to-day
我都会和
practice
伙
that
伴
is
们
also
走
the
在
true
社区里，
practice of the
看
whole
看
process
公
of
共区
people's
域有什么地
democracy.
方需要
I
改善
and
的，
also my
听听
colleagues
大家对
visited
于
to
社
the
区服务、
compound
小
every
区的
day
管理
to
还有什么
listen
所
to
所盼，
that
大
the
家一起
thoughts,
来出主意。
ideas,
我
suggestions,
想和大家
and
分享
also
一个
the
故事。
feedback from the
在一次
neighbors.
走访的过程中啊，
So
就有居
during
民
one
跟我
day,
说，
we visited to
能
a
不能在
neighborhood.
我们市民
Uh,
公园旁
So
边的绿
a
道
person
两侧
told
开
me
两
that
扇
whether
明
we
灯，
could
这
open
样的
two
话，
doors
他们
at
前往
the
地铁
greener
站到我们的
parts
湖北市民
nearby,
中心
so
党
it's
群服务
quite
站就
convenient
更
for
加
them
方
to
便了，就不用绕
go
行
to
了。
that the
对于
subway
这
and
个
also
建
to
议，
the
我们在
other
相应的
frequently
小区
visited
呢开展了
places.
民主的征
And
询，
we
并
also
且
asked
获得了
a
全
larger
票的
variety
通过。
of the neighbors
此外，
in that
我们还
areas,
邀请
and
了
people
长宁区
voted
的绿化
for
市容局、
approval.
街道
And
管理
we
办、
work with the
社
local
工办以
authorities
及第三
involved,
方的设计公
and
司
as well as
一
the
起来商量方
third-party
案。
design
经过
companies
多
to
轮的
lay
讨
out the
论，最
plans.
终
After
决
many
定
rounds
拆
of
除围
discussions,
墙，设置
we
人行通道。
remove
大家别
that
看，这只是
the
拆除了一个
barriers
小小
and
的围
also
墙，
build up
其实
the
呢，却回应了
pedestrian.
老百姓最真
It's
切的
just
需
a
求。
very simple,
有
let's
事好
see,
商量，
a crack
众人
down
的
the
事情
wall,
众
but
人来
it's
商
not
量。
that easy.
我
We
们
talk
通过
about
民主的
this
方
is the
式去
decision
解
made
决
by
民生的
the
难
large
题，
variety of
希望让大家成
majorities,
为
and that
民
is
生
also
实事
from
的
the
提
very
出者、
beginning,
参
also the
与者
suggestions
和
made
受
by
益
the
者。
people.
在
So
我
they
们虹桥街
mentioned
道
about
基层
these
立法联
issues,
席
and
店的展
finally
厅
they
上
get the
有一面
benefit
彩绘
from
墙，
that
这
suggestion.
可是一个
And
网
we
红的打
also
卡
have
点。
a quite
在
a
2015
must-go
年的
place
7月，
in
全
the
国人大
area.
常委
That's
会
a
法工委
beautiful
在
painting
虹桥
wall.
街道设立了基层立法联
We
席点。
set
2016
a
年
liaison
呢，上海
office
市人大常委会
of the
在湖
NPC
北市民
Deputies,
中心设立了基层立法联席点。
and also
至今
a
啊，我们已经听取了103
connection
部法律
office
草案
also at
和
the
55部
set up
地
at
方
the
性法规草案
city
的
level.
一征集。
So far we have
立法联席点
collected
的信息
many
人
these
们
suggestions
参与
and
的热情是
ideas
越来
from
越
the
高的
mass.
我们倾听
And
意见
we
的范围也越来越广了。
also started
不
to
仅是
listen
在
to wider
社区，我们还走进了
range
楼
of
宇、
audience.
街
We
区
not
和校园等等。
visit
在
the
党组织的
a
领导
neighborhood. We
下，
also
我们
visited
将
the
党
a
群服务
larger
站
range of
和
the
人大
streets
代表
and
之
also
家
to the
的
schools.
联络点，
And we also build up the liaison office as the contact window. So there are multiple roles and platforms actually merge in that office. We hope that we could bring the people's great ideas into that the benefits to improve people's well-being. And also here we have the people from more than 50 countries. In 2024, we have received 510 delegates, and including 55 delegates from overseas. So one day we received a visit from the Latin American think tank, and also they saw my pictures on the wall and talk about actually the deputies work at the grassroots, and they also took pictures with me. As the deputy of the NPC, I also show that the vivid practice of China's democracy. I also feel so proud. And going forward, I will also stick to my post to perform my duty and also to really satisfy the people through peace and peace of my work. Thank you. And also today is International Women's Day, and with Yang Baoling, with our sisters, happy holiday.
媒体朋友们，今天上午第二次
This
全
is
体会
the
议结束
end
后，
of the
大会
Deputies
新闻中心
Corridor,
将
and
举行
also
第二场
this
部
morning
长
we
通
will
道，
also have the second
邀请
Minister's
生态
Corridor,
环境部、
and we will
水
have
利
the
部、
Minister from
农业农
the
村部、
Water
3个部门的主要
Conservancy
负责人参
and
加。
the Rural and
欢迎大家
Agriculture,
关注。
and
今
also
天的代表通道到此结
that
束，
the
谢谢
people's
各位代表，谢谢
well-being
大家，
to
再见。
join us. This is the end of the Members' Corridor. fellow
今天
deputies,
是3·8国际
today
劳动妇
is
女节，
International Women's Day.
让我们以大会主席
In
团
the
的名
name
义，
of the Presidium of
向各位
NPC,
女
let
代
us
表、
extend
女委
festival
员、
greetings and
女
best
工作人
wishes
员
to all women deputies,
将
members,
全
and
国
staff,
各族各界妇
to
女
women of all ethnic
向
groups,
香港特
and
别行政区、
also
澳门特
women
别行
in
政区
Hong Kong SAR
台湾
and
地区
Macau SAR,
女同
and
胞
also in Taiwan,
和海外女侨
as
胞
well as women of
向世
the
界
overseas
各国妇
Chinese,
女
and
致
to
以
women
节日
of
的
all
祝福
countries in the
和
world.
美好的祝愿。各位代表，
Deputies,
今天的全体会议
today's
应
plenary
出席代表
meeting is supposed to be attended by
2929
2,929,
出席
with
2860
2,869 present, 60
出
absent.
席人数
The attendance
符合法定
met
人
the
数。
quorum.
现在开会。
Let's start.
今天全体会的有3项议
There
程，
are 3 items on today's agenda.
现在进行
We
第一项
shall
议
now
程，
proceed to the first
审议
item,
全国
which
人民
is
代表大会
the review
常
of
务
the
委员
work
会
report of the
工作
Standing
报告。
Committee of the National People's
下面
Congress.
请
Please
全
allow
国
me
人
to
民代表
invite
大会常务委员会委
Chairman
员
of
长
the Standing Committee
赵乐
of
际
the
同志
National People's
做报告。
Congress, Comrade Zhao Leji, to deliver the report. Fellow deputies,
我受全国人大常委
on
会委
behalf
托
of the Standing Committee of
向
the
大会
National People's
报告工
Congress,
作
I now
起
present
于
this report
审议
on its work for your deliberation.
过去1年的工作。
The year in review.
2024年
The year
是中华人民共和
2024
国成立
marked
75
the
周年。
75th anniversary of the
以习
founding
近
of
平
the
同志
People's
为核
Republic
心的
of
党中
China.
央
The CPC Central Committee with
团结
Comrade
带
Xi
领
Jinping at its
全国
core
各族人民
brought together
砥砺
the
奋
Chinese
进
people of all ethnic
攻
groups
坚
and
克
led
难
them in overcoming difficulties
运行
and forging ahead
总
with
体
fortitude.
平稳
Therefore,
稳中
we
有进
ensured that the progress while
高
maintaining
质量发展
stability
扎实
made
推
solid
进
progress in high
改
quality
革开
development,
放
further
持续深
deepened
化
the reform
民
and
生
opening
保
up,
障
and
扎
made
实
solid
有力
efforts in guaranteeing
社会大
people's
局
well-being
保持
and
稳
also
定
maintain stability in
中国
social
是现代
law
化
and order,
迈出新
Thus
的坚实步伐。
making new and solid progress in Chinese
经过
modernization.
75年不懈奋
With
斗，
75 years
中国
of
发生
unremitting
沧
efforts,
海桑田的
China
巨
has
大变化
experienced tremendous changes,
中华民族伟大复兴
and the
进入
national rejuvenation
不可逆
has
转的
entered an
历史进程，
irreversible historical stage,
充分彰显
fully
中国共
demonstrating
产党领导和
the
我
obvious
国社会主义
advantages
制度的
of the
显著
leadership
优势
of CPC and our socialist institutes.
2024年是全国人民代表大会成立
The year
70周年
2024 also commemorates the
习近平总
70th
书记在庆
anniversary
祝大
of
会
the
上
NPC.
发表重要讲话，
At the meeting,
深刻阐述
General Secretary Xi
人民
Jinping
代
made
表大会
important
制度的
speech
光辉历程、
highlighting the
显著优
glorious
势
history,
宝贵
unique
经验
strengths,
和实践
the
要求，
practical experience, and
为
requirements
坚持
of
好
the
完
People's
善好
Congress
运行
system,
好人民代表大会制度提供了
providing
根
a
本遵循
fundamental base for upholding, improving, and running the
70
People's
年
Congress
实践
system to good
告诉
effect.
人
The
民代表
experience
大
of
会制
70s
度
practice
是符
tell
合
us
我国国
that
情
the People's Congress system
和实际，
is in line
体现
with
社会主
our
义国家性
country's
质，
condition and
保
reality,
证人民当家作主
reflect
的
our country's nature, and
是
is
能够
also
有效
a
凝
good
聚
system
全体人
letting
民
the
力量
people to run the country. And that is also a good system that could pull the strengths of the people of all sectors and to advance the Chinese modernization. That also show that the strong vitality and strengths with 70 years practice also encourage us to be more confident in the past series system and culture, and also remain firmly committed to the socialist political advancement with Chinese characteristics, and to further leverage the political strengths of the People's Congresses in order to provide a solid institutional guarantee to realize the fighting goal for the party and the people in the new era, in the new journey. In the past year, under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, the Standing Committee taken guidance on the Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, and fully implemented the 20th National Party Congress and its second and third plenary session of the CPC Central Committee, and also study and implemented Xi Jinping's thought on the rule of law and its key ideas on upholding and improving the People's Congress system. We also upheld the unity between the leadership by the party, the running of the country by the people, and a law-based governance, and advanced whole process people's democracy, and performed its functions in accordance with the law. Therefore, we made new progress and results in our work. First, strengthened implementation of the Constitution, oversight of constitutional compliance, safeguarded the authority and sanctity of the Constitution. We always stick to the core position of the Constitution and also incorporate implementation of the Constitution, and also play and stick to its provisions, principles, and the spirit of the Constitution. We also improved the oversight of the Constitution compliance, and also to bring that into our day-to-day aspect of work. We also make sure that all the work that is also law-based, procedure-based, and standardized. We revised twice the draft version on a law of deputies, which is also submitted to this session for further deliberation and approval. And also at the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the People's establishment of the China, we also to approve the granting of the models and also honorary titles. And we also to further improve that constitutional review and the normative document recording and review. And we also made a solid work according to the law and the Constitution, make sure that the suggestions and documents received that will go through the procedures. We reviewed all 2,146 normative documents submitted for recording, and we also examined 5,682 suggestions for review made by citizens and organizations, and also provided feedbacks. And we also asked the relevant formulating bodies to revise or rescind 1,040 normative documents. We also further improved the public outreach and education regarding the Constitution. We also practiced General Secretary Xi's important speech on the Constitution, and also organized a seminar on the 11th National Constitution Day, and also to strengthen our efforts in the Constitution education in the special administrative region, and also organize ceremonies for officials to pledge allegiance. We also exercise our constitutional power of appointment and removals. We also made the appointments and removals of the key officials for the government and the country. Second, improving the quality of legislation, and also to better design the socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics. We paid special attention to the legislations in the emerging areas, the legislation in areas involving foreign affairs, and also make sure that the legislative work is done in a scientific and democratic way, and also to follow the law, and also to provide a high-quality guarantee and service. Over the year, we deliberated on 39 items of the legislation, adopted 24 of them, which include the 6 new laws and 14 revised laws, and 4 decisions on legal issues and major matters. We strengthened legislation concerning the economy. We formulated the law on rural collective economic organizations to consolidate and improve the basic rural operation system and develop new rural collective economies to benefit the local people. We also to implement the principle of legality of taxation, revised the draft law on the value-added tax and tariffs, as well as to crack down the key issues on the fake statistics and the financial fraud. We also formulated the statistics law and accounting law, and we also revised the anti-monetary laundering in order to protect the security of the country. We also to strengthen the legislation to improve the people's well-being in response to public concerns regarding the inadequate resources and access, as well as quality in public interest pre-K education. We also to revise the laws on the preschool, public interested preschool legislation, and also the issues with the academic degree administrative system. We also draw the laws on protect the cultural heritage. We also revise that the technology outreach law, and also to let the technology pursue as the key prevailing norm and fashion, and we also to guarantee the public health legal system, and we also advance the legislation in the resource and the environmental protection area. We formulated the resources law to promote the high-quality development of the resources, and also to revise that the minerals laws and make sure that we protect the security of the minerals and let them to be used in the rational way. And we also
improve the national security laws and systems. We modified the National Defense Educational Act to pave the way for the popularization and strengthening of national defense education, patriotism, and national defense development. We have modified the law of PRC on emergency responses so as to protect the people's life and property. Support and further deepen reform. We have studied and implemented the measures of the 3rd Plenary Session of the 20th CPC Central Committee so as to ensure that those major reform measures could be implemented with legal basis. And we execute the CPC Central Committee's decisions and policies so as to make a decision about progressively prolong the mandatory age for retirement. Give play to the NPC's work in legislation. We carefully identify the programs, take the lead in drafting, organizing, and coordinating, and reviewing the different stages of legislation. Under the leadership of CPC Central Committee, we have joined forces in legislation. We center on the quality of legislation. We adhere to the objective and legislative rules to aggressively strengthen legislation work in a systemic, cooperative, and timely fashion. We adhere to the democratic legislation and open-door legislation so that this entire process of legislation could be more publicized. And third, exercise our authority to supervise legally, to give play to the important role of NPC in supervising the party and the national supervisory system. The Standing Committee comprehensively harnessed the prescribed supervisory method to ensure that our supervision is correct, effective, and according to the law. Over the year, we have reviewed 21 reports of the government's supervisory commissions, the People's Court and People's Procuratorate. We have reviewed the implementation of 5 laws and organized 2 thematic inquiries, conducted 9 thematic investigations, and formulated 2 decisions. Assist high-quality development. We have reviewed the State Council's report on the financial work conditions as to comprehensively strengthening financial regulation and continuously improving the financial capacity to serve the real economy. We have proposed suggestions. We checked on the implementation of enterprises state-owned assets law and listened to the report of the private sector development so that the different economic entities under all forms of ownership could complement each other and enjoy common development. We implemented the one package of incremental policy by the CPC Central Committee and approved the State Council's motion on the replacement of the existing implicit debt with local government debt quota increase. We also reviewed the State Council's report on building the world-class universities and advantageous disciplines with Chinese characteristics. We strengthened the planning and execution process, and the budget and financial statements were reviewed and supervised. We listened to and reviewed the State Council's report on planning, execution, budgetary execution, central financial statement, the fiscal disaster prevention and reduction. And we approved the 2023 central financial statement and proposed certain suggestions as to strengthening the budgetary execution, performance management, implementing proactive fiscal policy, expanding domestic demand, and others. We reviewed the State Council's auditing work report, and the report of the ratification was reviewed so as to improve the long-term mechanism of auditing rectification and to strictly enforce fiscal discipline. Strengthen supervision of the state assets management and the government debt management. We reviewed the comprehensive report of the state asset management and reviewed the State Council's special report on the administrative state asset management. We set up the management reporting system, and for the first time, we reviewed the relevant State Council report and improve people's livelihood. We reviewed the elderly care system report, and we encourage the solving of the problems concerning the elderly and the children. We checked the implementation of social insurance law, the law on intangible cultural heritage preservation, and facilitate ecological and environmental protection, and pursue village revitalization. We reviewed the State Council's report on the completion of the 2023 environmental protection and to conduct the battle against pollution to pursue green and low-carbon development. Check the Yellow River Preservation implementation condition and conduct thematic inquiries, and legally promote ecological protection of the Yellow River area and pursue high-quality development. Review the implementation of the agricultural law and listen to and deliberate on the report of the arable land protection work so as to lay a solid foundation for ecological protection and to spur the steady income increase of the farmers. enhance supervision and judicial work supervision. Review the National Commission of Supervision's report on rectifying the bad practices of the masses and the corruption problem. And we reviewed the Supreme People's Court's report on its administrative jurisdiction, and we reviewed the report by the Supreme People's Procuratorate on its procuratorial work. And fourth, improve the work of the deputies to support their legal exercise of duties. We support and ensure that the deputies could faithfully represent the interests and will of the people and participate in the exercising of national power according to the law, to truly become the bridge between the party, the country, and the people. The deputies perform their duties according to the law and never fail the people's expectation, contributing to the high-quality work of the NPC. Improve the quality of deputies' motions and suggestions. We improve the entire process work mechanism of the motions submission, handling, supervision, and feedback, so that the contents of the suggestions and motions could be high quality, and the entire handling process adheres to the principle of high quality. 298 suggestions during the second meeting of the 14th NPC, as well as the 19 legislative programs have been approved and handled. The certain deputies have already received the responses.
We strengthen the communication and the contacts of the deputies, and we implement the communication system with the deputies and also the standing committees, and we also to implement the deputies with specialties and also give a full play to their strengths, and also strengthen their participation in the work of the standing committee. We also sent the 275 invitations to the deputies in a non-voting rights, and also participate and organize the A5, that the symposium with them, and we also to contact closely with the people, and we also organize in order to organize the activities of the deputies in order to form the closer tie between the deputies and the people, and we would like to also bring the people's feedback and the ideas reflected in the suggestions and proposals made deputies. We will also further improve the service guarantee capability, and we also to promote the training system for the deputies, and like them to be guided by the policies and political ideas, and also to deepen the breadth and depth of studies. And we also further upgrade the telecommunication technology involved in the deputies' work, and also to regulate the deputies' behavior online. And we also did a good job on the exam, the credentials of the deputies, and we also to pass the by-elections of 3 deputies, and right now we have 2,929 deputies for the 14th NPC. Fifth, we also actively carried out the proactive international communications and to serve the country's the foreign policies, and we to also to perform our policies of NPCs, and also conduct the international exchanges at different levels. And the Council of the chairpersons led the delegations to visit 32 countries, participated in 249 activities at home and abroad, and actively carry out the special committees, the friendship groups, and also the deputies, as well as the communication between the deputy parliament members and from the legislative bodies to address the country, advance the country's development. We also participate in the country's bilateral development, and we participate in the 40th meetings of the Parliamentary Union, or IPU. We also participate in the 6 developing countries the workshop. We also send delegations to the multilateral events, including the BRICS Forum, the meetings of the IPU, G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and the Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum. We also actively speak about the policies, and also we actively practice and explain that the sitting result on the foreign affairs, and also to promote the idea of the human community with a shared future, and the 3 global initiatives, and also China's Belt and Road Initiative, as well as Chinese modernization, and also the one country, 2 systems, showcase that the results gained in the 75th journeys of New China, as well as the whole process People's Democracy, to show the strength of the People's Congresses. And we also carry out 6 foreign-related summits covering the Asia, the Africa, and Latin America places, and also the Pacific Island countries. I let them to really pay a visit to the field and to learn that the lovely China. 6, we intensify the self-improvement efforts, and in line with requirement to uphold that the 4-fold role. We also strengthened the ideas in the organization way of conduct and discipline, and also to cultivate a clean way of conduct and also a good political environment to make things done. We improved our work in political ideas. We implemented and studied the Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, and also to carry out and plan our work and to support the country and parties, the overarching strategies, and also to study and also participate in the meetings to practice the Xi Jinping thought on the upholding and improving the People's Congresses, and also to study and read a book in this regard. We continue to improve our way of conduct. We strictly comply with the Central Party leadership's 8-point decision on improving work conduct, and also to strictly regulate the work and meeting disciplines, and also to emphasize that the work of the study and also the survey should fully reflect people's will and also people's wisdom. And we also improve our work in the media and public communication and theoretical research. We also organize and improve that the special committees and the working commissions and committees, and also work and also keep synergy with the local People's Congresses. And the results we gain should give the credit to the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. They are the results of the diligent and hard work of the NPC deputies, members of the NPC Standing Committee, special committees, and employees of NPC bodies. And they are the results of a close collaboration cooperation from the State Council, the National Commission on the Supervision and the Supreme People's Court, the Supreme People's Procuratorate, and the local People's Congresses at all levels, and their standing committees. And they are the result of the full trust and the strong support of the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. On behalf of the NPC Standing Committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude. We are also keenly aware that there are a number of gaps and shortcomings in our work. We need to further improve the quality of legislative work, and also we should also step up our work in the emergency areas, and also fill in the short links in the foreign-related legislation. And we should also further improve the implementation of the laws. And we should also to make new strides in our work and also to further improve our capabilities in serving deputies. And also the team should also further strengthen their political thinking, their theoretical level, as well as their working capabilities. And for the standing committees, readily place ourselves under the oversight of the people and continue to improve our work by listening to these suggestions.
Our work in the next year. 2025 is the closing year of the 14th Five-Year Plan, and the Standing Committee, under the strong leadership of CPC Central Committee with the Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, will continue to be guided by Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era and comprehensively implement the guiding principles of the 20th National Congress, the second and the third plenary sessions of the 20th CPC Central Committee. And we will continue to fully understand the decisive role of Xi Jinping's core position on the Party Central Committee and in the party as a whole, and the guiding role of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristic. And we will deeply execute Xi Jinping's thought on the rule of law and his guiding principles concerning improving the People's Congress system and adhere to party's leadership, people's as the master of the nation, and the national governance with the rule of law. First, we will perform our duties according to the Constitution, and we will ensure that the system of constitutional implementation could be implemented. We will set up the reporting mechanism for the constitutional implementation to improve the quality of the constitutional review and filing capacity. Second, promote the legislation work with high quality. We will pre-arrange the review of 34 legal cases, and we will formulate the National Unity Promotion Law. We will formulate the private sector economic promotion law and modify some laws, for example, the Villager Committee's management law, and we will continue to compile the ecological and environmental codes and initiate the legal cleaning work. Third, perform the supervision responsibility by centering on the big picture. We will execute the newly modified supervision law and focus on the aspiration and desires and wills of the public according to the decisions of the CPC Central Committee. We will be problem-oriented and results-oriented and pre-arrange 37 projects for supervision. Fourth, give full play to the role of the NPC deputies. We will implement the modified deputy law and implement a working mechanism to gather the public opinion and the wisdom of the public. We will also conduct a county-level and village-level deputy general election investigation. Fifth, enhance our external relations. We will coordinate the different levels of external exchanges and carry out the training session for the developing nations' parliamentary members. Sixth, take solid measures to promote the development of the 4 organs to improve the quality of the NPC work. Fellow deputies, let's more closely unite and rally around the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, remain true to our original mission, and consolidate our confidence while forging ahead. We will carefully implement the responsibilities bestowed by the Constitution and the laws. In this new era, we will embark on this new journey by conforming to, improving, and executing the system of People's Congress, making unremitting efforts to Chinese modernization so that we could build a strong power and strive for national rejuvenation. Good morning. The second Ministers' Corridor is about to begin. Today, we have invited 3 ministers to take your questions and to respond to the concerns of the society. They are Minister of Ecology and Environment Huang Renqiu, Minister of Water Resources Li Guoying, and Minister of Agriculture and Rural Affairs Han Jun. Now let's give the floor to the first minister, Minister Huang Renqiu. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you. From CMG. Minister Huang, over the years, we come to the consensus that the skies seem to be bluer and the water is clearer. We have a better environment day by day. So what was the achievement made about environment last year, and what's your take about such achievements? Thank you for the questions. During the 2 sessions, to smooth our communication with the other members and deputies, I took with me 2 devices for monitoring the environment in Beijing. It's just like the filter in our homes. Look at the left one. This one was developed 10 years ago in 2015. It absorbed too much PM 2.5. It's turning black. Beijing PM 2.5 was averaged at 80.6 micrograms per cubic meters, and 46 days around the year belong to heavily polluting days. And now let's look at the right filter. This belonged to last year. It is still white. And last year, PM 2.5 was 30.5 micrograms, and there was only 1 heavily polluting day all year round. And also, from 80.6 to 30.5, it was about 62% down. And the filter has changed color from black to white. Beijing's skies turned blue on many occasions from APEC to today's 2 sessions. So blue skies seem to be the new normal now. I believe you must agree with me with similar experience. Of course, today it's a little bit gray outside. It's a reminder that we cannot stop the battle against pollution. What about the situation nationwide? Just like Beijing, over the past 1 decade, the ecology and environment nationwide has been fundamentally changed. Take last year as an example. As Premier Li Qiang stressed in his government work report, while he organized the achievements made last year, we must make progress steadily. And he mentioned that ecological quality has been significantly improved. And as to that improvement, there are certain features about it. The first feature is the national PM 2.5 concentration last year was down to 30 micrograms per cubic meter. It was accurately standing at 29.3. In addition to 2022, during the COVID-19 period, the average PM 2.5 was down to below 30 micrograms for the first time. That was outperforming the goals of PM 2.5 concentration made during the 14th five-year plan, with average decrease rate at about 16.3%. Another feature is the surface water quality has improved. We have exceeded 90% threshold to register at 94%. Although it's only 1 percentage point higher year on year, we made that achievement at a very high threshold, so it's hard-won achievement. For 5 years consecutively, Yangtze River, and for 3 years consecutively, Yellow River's trunk streams have been incorporated into category number 2 water And to name just a few, the reasons that we made such achievements, such as PM 2.5 going down from 80 to 30, or even below 30 right now, miracles spoke out. And it is thanks to the critical efforts made by us. Last year, our ministry readjusted the reporting rules of PM 2.5. Now, we have changed the reporting to be more precise to the first decimal point. And we hope to reflect the spirit that we hold up to and the achievements we made in different localities about such air pollution control. We have to be very precise about every 0.1 microgram decrease of PM 2.5. Secondly, ever since 14th five-year plan period, we have planned 19,000 ecological governance projects for pollutant reduction. We have made tremendous efforts. For example, in northern China, the clean heating renovation and bulk coal reform were very good examples. In iron and steel, the emission reform was carried out. 930 million tons have been reformed, including major reform. And for the nitrogen oxides, we have reduced by 15% during the 5 years period, outperforming the 10% decrease target, supporting ecological improvement. As to structural pollution reduction over the years, with high-quality development campaign and our economic restructuring efforts, the heavily polluting or high coal-emission industries have steadied their production. In some areas, we saw slight decrease. In the meantime, new quality productive forces are burgeoning. The renewable energy installed capacity exceeded 300 million to be at 372 million kilowatts, taking up 56% of the total. And the power generation exceeded 35% of the total. For NEVs, its sales in the market also exceeded 40% of the total. As is known to all, last year, we issued a new policy called Two News and Two Priorities to further support our efforts in environmental protection. And the third, about managing emissions. Last year, we carried out 29 monitoring campaigns. We helped to solve 80,000 issues. For example, emissions exceeding the standard, some illegal behaviors, and also for the automotive's governance, we helped to improve the tail gas control of 150 heavy-duty trucks. We solved many critical problems of ecology and environment. In the future, we'll continue to make efforts to ensure the beautiful China target could be hit. And with ecological improvement achievements, we could benefit more people in a fair fashion. Thank you.
好，请北区那位穿黑色西装的男记者提问。
感谢主持人。
Thank you.
部长您好。
Good morning, Mr. Huang. I'm from Shandong TV. In the recent years, the places carry out the period of lucid waters are invaluable assets, and also received the result of high-quality development and in both the high-level protection and high-quality development. What do you view the relations in between, and what jobs have been carried out by the ministry? Thank you very much for your question. That's a very good one. High-quality development is the rule of the development in the new era and how to deal with the relation between high-quality development and also protection. I believe that's the topic that we carried out for many times. I believe that's not if you exist, I don't exist. I believe that just select between them. I believe that should be a coexistent relations. Without green and low carbon development, high quality development could not be a reality. And we could see that the GDP doubled in the past period of years, but we could see that our environment has been improving over the times, and we have also seen some major progress made in certain areas. I believe that also the results showed that we struck a good balance between these two factors. And also in the ecological environment meetings, President Xi mentioned that the first job is we need to deal with the relations between high-quality development and a high-level protection. So we should also think about how we could cultivate drivers given or driven by the high-quality development to promote high-level protection. And we have done the four following jobs. First, we also to do the functioning plans. We know China enjoys a vast land, and for different places, they embrace the different resources, and they also have different positions in terms of the ecological development. So we need to really take that a differentiated, targeted, and also that the policies that fit in that places. So we talk about we need to think about that the lines that need to be a safeguard. So we need to really draw the three lines. And also based on that, the three lines we draw, and we need to prepare a big list. So we prepared a list based on the lines rules, so they know exactly the do's and don'ts. So that's the basic requirement in order to realize the high-quality protections. So basically, we give a whole framework and also use that three lines to give you the scope of the protection work. So right now, we have that the 44,000 units of that the zones we identified. So that's also form the basic framework for us to carry out the ecological and environmental protection efforts. For the chemical industries along the Yangtze River, and also to move to the other places, so that we could see that the rivers improve its quality of waters, and also to present a better and more beautiful landscape. And also started from last year, we introduced a slew of policies to support high-quality development, and also the 22 items to support the private sector industry. And also last year, we released the very first the unified national standard to calculate the carbon prints and also the carbon print factors. And also we built up the database to collect the carbon print factors by different industries. And we also keep updated all these database, so that also force the industries to make their efforts in green transformation and also intelligent development. We talk about that the thermal coal-firing industry will also practice like a low-emission practice. And also for China, we build that the world's largest clean coal energy generation places, and also the steel production places. And also we promote the efforts in pollution control, and also build the nationwide carbon market. And also, you could see that the trading price is also maintaining stable while also making a little bit increase, and also the rationing transactions also in a good progress.
累计下降了
And also
8.78个百分点。
For the carbon emissions, that also help to save the cost for the enterprises, totaling
这个扩大了碳市场的覆盖范围。
35 billion
同时的话呢，我们还启
RMB.
动了全国
At the
的
same time,
温
we
室气体
also
自愿减排交易
started that DA market, so that's willing to cut their emissions. They also could trade
就
that
是守
in the
牢高质
market.
量发展的底线。
And also we safeguard
这
the
个
bottom line
去年我们
of a high
出台
quality
了
development and
排
high
污许
level
可管理条
protection.
例，
Last year, we
目的
also
就是督促
introduced
企
that
业
the
依
emission
法依
regulation
规达标排放。
urging the
我们
enterprises
区分不
to
同的
meet the
情形，
standards.
对
And
企
we
业
also
开展监督
identify
帮
the
扶，
different scenarios and
从
also
政
provide
策、从
support
技术、
to
从
the
方案
enterprises.
到企
We
业进车
provide
间
that the plans,
对那
technologies,
些个
and
目
also
的就是
the consulting
促使企业
services directly
守
to
牢
their
达标排放
doorstep
的底线。
to also visit
对那
the
些排放绩
companies
效
and
好、
industries
依法守规
to
的企业，
see
我们
how
做到
they
无事不扰。
meet these
但同
standards.
时
And if
我
they
们也坚
behave
决
well,
反对
and we also not bother
各
them.
类的简单粗放、
But
一
we
刀切
talk
式的
about
环境
it's
环
not
保
a
治
one
理，
cut,
坚决反对
one size for all
各类
policy. We firmly oppose that.
这个脱离实际、层
And
层
that
加码
should
的
not also
环保整改，坚决
be the
反对
policies that
各
not
类弄虚作
grounded
假
on、
走过场的
based
环
on
保
the
形式主义。
reality. We talk about that's
所以
not
接下来啊，我们
something
将
should
利
be
用
done in a
生态环境保
perfunctory
护
way.
的
That should
引
be
领、优
something
化、
look
道理
beautiful
作
but
用，
not
更好
produce
地
actual
建立起我
results.
们的
We
高水
firmly
平保护
oppose
体
all
系，
these kind of work.
支持我们国
And
家，
we
支
would
持我
like
们
to
国家
build the
社
whole
会经济
environmental
经
and
济社会
ecological
的
system
绿色
to
低碳、
support
高
countries'
质量
low
发展。
carbon green
谢谢各位
development
记者
and
朋友。
also high quality development.
谢谢黄部
Thank
长。
you.
下面有请第二位部长，
Now
水
the
利
second
部李国英
minister,
部长。
Minister of Water Resources, Li Guoying.
媒体朋友们，大家好。
Good
好，
morning,
请大
dear
家
media
提问。
friends. Now it's
好，
time to ask
请南区这位
questions.
戴红色领带的男记者提问。
谢谢主持人，李部长您好。成都
Good
商报
morning,
红
Minister
星
Li
新
from
闻记者提
Chengdu
问
Business
近
Daily.
年来，我国严重洪
In
涝灾
recent
害发
years,
生的很频
flood
繁，
happened
引
more
起社会
frequently
广
in
泛关
China,
注。确
drawing
保
wide
防环
attention
权成
from
为
the
全社
society.
会
So
的
flood
热切期
control
盼。
safety is
为
the
应对
common
这
call
种
of
形
the
势，
society,
实
and
现
to
防洪安
respond to
全，
that
水利
situation
部
and to
门在提
ensure
升防
flood
洪安全体
control.
系和能力上
As to
有
the
哪些
system
方
of
面
flood control, what is the arrangement
谢谢
of the
您的
Ministry
提
of Water
问。
Resources? Thank you
感
for
谢
the
您
question.
对防洪安全
And
问
thank you
题
for your
的关注
attention。paid to flood control.
近年来，随
In
着
recent years,
全球气候变化，
with global warming
影响加剧，
internationally, exerting
我国极端
more
暴雨、
influence,
洪涝灾
extreme
害
rainfalls
频
and
繁发生。
flood disasters happened
每
frequently
当
in China.
防汛抗洪的关键时刻，
At the critical moment
习
of
近平
flood
总书记
control,
都做出
General
重要
Secretary
指
Xi
示，
Jinping made
强调
important remarks,
要始终
emphasizing
把
that
保障人
we
民群
must
众
always
生
give
命安
top
全
priority to
放到第
ensuring
一位，
the public's
并
life
对
safety.
现代化
And
防洪安全体
we
系
need
和
to
能
set
力
up a
建设
modernized
提出
flood
明确要
control
求，
system and build up our capacity to
水利部
that end. The
坚决
Ministry
贯
of
彻落
Water
实
Resources
习
stringently
近平总书记
implement the remarks
重
of
要指示
General
精神
Secretary Xi Jinping,
和党中央
as well
国务
as
院决
the
策部署
requirements and decisions of CPC
在
Central Committee and the
有
State
关部
Council.
门、地方各级党委政府
Under the leadership and
社会
support
各
of
方
relevant
面
departments,
和
the
广大人
local
民群众的大力支
governments,
持下，
different social sectors,
锚定
and the
推
general
进
public.
防洪安全体
We
系
targeted at
和能力
building
建
such a
设
flood
目标，
control safety system,
积
and
极推进
we ushered in a
三
capacity
个体系
building
建设，
campaign. We centered on
第一个
three
体系
systems. The first system
是流域防洪工程
is
体
about
系
the basin flood control
这个体系
project.
由3个要件
That
组成
system，involves three
第一个要件
components. The first
是水库，
component is about
其目的在
the
于
reservoir.
增强对洪
We
水的
aim
主
to
动调控能力。
take the initiative to
到目前为止，
readjust the flood
全国
level.
已经建成各
Right
类
now,
水库
nationwide, we have put in place
94877座，
877 reservoirs.
1856亿立方米。
And we could have a capacity of 185.6 billion cubic meters of flood control. And the second component is about the dams and the riverways designed to increase the capacity of water discharge. Right now, nationwide, we have put in place different types of riverways and dams with the total distance of 32,000 kilometers. The third component is the control of flood in the affected areas, especially to focus on the flood that is out of control by the riverways. Now we have 98 national-level flood control areas with the capacity of controlling 109 billion cubic meters of water. Secondly, the monitoring and early warning system. That system has 3 defense lines. The first defense comes from the meteorological and the satellite capacity, as well as the rainfall monitoring radar system, in order to report the rainfall volume in the clouds. The second one is about the rainfall stations, responsible for monitoring and reporting the rainfalls on the ground. The third defense line is about the stations of the hydrology to monitor and report the water content in the rivers. Those 3 defense lines are progressive, but they come together to exert bigger power in order to prolong the period of early warning and to improve the precision of forecasting the flood, so that the rainfalls and the water levels could have more information. And then, about the prevention working mechanism, we also have set up 3 mechanisms. The first mechanism is about accountability system. We are very clear about the flood control subjects and the key stages. We broke it down to the minimum units so that every responsible person could hold themselves accountability. The second mechanism is about decision-making support mechanism with digital twin platform. In the realm of data flow, we could do some rehearsal to analyze the influence of flood, as well as our operational plan of the flood control system. The third mechanism is about dispatching and guidance mechanism. We clarify the responsibilities of different levels of Water Resources Bureau in terms of their policy making, the instructions giving and execution of their instructions, so as to ensure that our flood control process could be effective, orderly. Those 2 mechanisms have played an important role in last year's flood control practices. During the flood season in 2024, 1,321 rivers experienced flood in China. The Water Resource Bureaus gave out early warning at the times of 4,303, gave out 30,000 instructions, and 6,929 reservoirs of different sizes were put into usage for flood control. 147.1 billion cubic meters of flood have been controlled. And we have checked 2,330 cities and townships. 16.87 million mu of arable land was reviewed, and 11.15 million affected people were saved by the systems. We have maximized the benefits of keeping people safe and reducing the losses caused by flood. In general, China's capacity of flood control has been boosted gradually. But the extreme rainfalls and floods were still frequent. So, to ensure flood control results, we must never drop our vigilance. In the next step, the Ministry of Water Resources will continuously carry out the governance of rivers, lakes, and for the three systems I just mentioned, we will continue to step up our enforcement so that our flood control system could be more modernized in the future. We must build up the fences to protect people's lives and properties. Thank you.
请继续提问。好，请南区这位着米色上衣的女记者提问。
部长您好，人民日报人民网记者提问。 In
the recent years, I have observed that in some areas, especially in the northern part of China, we have seen many dry rivers. We have seen that the water flowed again in these rivers after many years of interruptions. What the ministry have done to improve that? What's the follow-up plan this year? Thank you. Thank you for your question. And also thank you for your attention to the life of the rivers. To let the water flow again, to show their vitality. Lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. So we could see the mountains and the water flows that all remind our love to the motherland. That is also a guidance given by General Secretary Xi Jinping, and also to the call for people to live a better life. The Ministry of Water Resources has carried out the water management strategy of prioritizing water conservation, balancing spatial distribution, taking systematic approaches, and giving full play to the roles of both government and the market, and also DA river strategies. We focus on that. DA are key tasks of protecting the ecosystem of rivers and waters in order to protect their lives and also to bring benefits to the people. To be specific, we have done three things. First, we focus on water conservation. Per capita water just the 35% of the global average. The over-extracted water and water waste had happened time to time. We stick to prioritizing water conservancy principle and also to give a mandatory requirement on water consumption. So we also give the strict water consumption requirement to the places, to the industries, and to people, and also practice the national water conservation campaigns, and also to formulate the regulations in this regard, and also for the manufacturing industries and for the cities. We have seen that the policies and also the system have been built up in terms to save water. And we also improve our capability to save more water. And also we make sure that water the consumption not over the containment of the rivers and waters. And also for in the recent 1 decade, GDP has doubled. But you could see that there is no increase in water consumption. Second, we focus on the water dispatch. The basic situation in China is flooding in summer and the drought in winter, and also the imbalanced distribution of water between north and south, east and west, and also to carry out the key water projects in China, and also to integrate the cities, counties, and also the provincial water network, and for the places lacking of water, they have more supply, and also to increase that the carrying capability of rivers and waters. For example, as the main support of the projects, the South to North Water Diversion projects, the first project has already allocated that's the 78.8 billion cubic meters, benefiting 185 million people. And it's also help to guarantee the safety of water consumption, bring benefits to meet people's day-to-day life, and also to circulate the production between south and north. And third, we also focus on restoration for the upstream, downstream, and the banks of the rivers, above the surface and underground. And we also formulated the policies, dedicated policies for the rivers, lakes, and also strengthen that the river chief and lake chief system, and also to strengthen our work and efforts in the rivers and water restoration work. And we also carry out soil erosion efforts, and we also strengthen our efforts to bring the water flow back again to the mother rivers, and also make sure that we have that sufficient water flow in the key rivers and lakes. For the Beijing and Hangzhou Grand Canal, after a century of interruption, right now we have seen in a continuous water flow for 3 consecutive years. Yongding River has seen year-round water flow throughout its entire course for 4 consecutive years after 26 years of interruption. Haihe River, we have seen that a tremendous change in its polluted situation. We talk about that this is a project ongoing, and efforts will always undertaking. There's no end to our work. Therefore, that the ministry will continue to implement Xi Jinping's thought on ecological conservation. We will also continue our efforts in protecting and managing the system of waters, rivers, and lakes to bring life water flow to these rivers and lakes, to show the vitality of these waters, and also let them to produce benefits and happiness to our people. Thank you.
下面有请第3位部长，农业农村部韩俊部长。
Now let's invite Minister Han Jun of Agriculture and Rural Affairs.
好，请大家提问。
Now the floor is open to
请跟南区穿浅咖色套装的女记者提问。
谢谢主持人。新华社记者
Thank
提
you
问。
from
韩部长
Xinhua
您
News
好，
Agency.
我们注意到
We
2024
have
年
sensed
我国
that in
粮食产量
2024,
首次
our
突破 1.4 万亿斤。
grain production
今年
exceeded
政府工作报告
1.4 trillion jin for the
将粮食
first
产量
time,
1.4
and
万
this
亿
year's
斤左右
government
纳入主要
report
预期目
also
标。
centered on
请问韩
about
部长，
that
我们
same
如何
number
实现
for
这一目标，
2025?
并
So
持续增
how
强
could we
粮食
realize
等
the
重要农
targets?
产品的
And also
稳
for the
产保供能
main
力？谢
agricultural
谢。
products, how could we stabilize production and ensure supply? Thank you for the questions.
我们国家的粮食产量
Last year,
首次迈上了
our
1.4
food
万亿斤
production
的
exceeded
新
the
台阶儿，
target of 1.4 trillion jin for the first time, which was a new step forward.
21.8亿斤。
And
去年呢，我们克
22.18
服了
billion
比较
new
严重
jin
的
were added Last year, we conquered many difficulties like high temperature, droughts, and extreme typhoons, and other severe natural disasters to achieve such great achievement. So, from a very high level, we improved the production. So such a good harvest was a hard-won result. Calculated by 1.4 billion population, that's about 500 kilograms per capita. That's more than the world's average. Mainly, we relied on the rice and wheat as the key staples. The self-sufficiency ratio is over 95%. And also for the main grains, our self-sufficiency ratio has always been above 90%, except the soybeans. So basically, we can support ourselves. Now, the grain production and supply is sufficient. And mainly, the gap lies in the feed. We still have to import to balance supply and demand for the feed. So in general, we have a balanced landscape of the food in China. In the future, with people's living standards further improved, the indirect consumption of food in general will be on an upward trend. In two provinces with important agricultural position like Jilin ranking number 4 in China and Anhui province ranking number 5 in China, I paid visits to them, and I felt that it is much more challenging to further increase the production. But it's much easier to drop on the list if they have slacked. So we cannot definitely say that we've already passed the test of food supply. With a country with 1.4 billion population, we must rely on ourselves and support ourselves instead of relying on the others. So we must always stay alert about food supply. The government work report set the target at around 1.4 trillion jin, including it as one of the key parameters for this year's economy. It reflects the high attention paid by the CPC Central Committee and the State Council to food security. Last year, production of food exceeded 1.4 trillion jin. We've analyzed that phenomenon of a new big step up with the support of technologies, investment, and policies. China's food production used to register at 1.39 trillion before we set the new goal of 1.4 trillion. So such a target setting was based on scientific proof, and it's feasible with efforts. Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs will continue to implement the targets set by General Secretary Xi Jinping concerning how to ensure food security. And according to the arrangements of CPC Central Committee and the State Council, we will enable different localities to produce more. And in the meantime, we aim to increase revenues in order to have a bumper harvest this year. In details, we have to work on 3 fronts. In the government work report, the 3 measures have already been elaborated on. First, stabilize the area of production, increase food yield, and improve quality of food with technological support. As to stabilizing areas, last year we sold to about 790 million mu of arable land. This year, we will break it down further to different provinces. Arable land is the root of food security. So we must stay true to the red line of arable land area protection, and we must avoid the non-agricultural practices of the arable land. Especially, we must give top priority to the grain production in the arable land. We must take measures to build the high-level and high-quality arable lands. We aim to add another 80 million of arable land. So, as to increasing yield, like wheat and rice, China is still ranking among the top in the world. But as to corn and soybeans, there is still room to further improve. We've already introduced some plans to increase the yield of the key grains, and we will also support the seed industry revitalization. We will take some opportunities to deepen the reform so that the technologies could be integrated for the benefit of high yield in the experimental fields, and at the same time translate them into the vast area of arable land. As to quality improvement, we must breed and disseminate the high-quality rice seeds and the dedicated wheat seeds and high-quality soybean seeds. And also we must support the modernized husbandry and fishing industry and develop the modern agriculture technologies and disseminate the green technologies and low-carbon technologies to produce more organic and green agricultural products. In that way, the Chinese people could enjoy safe food with higher nutritional benefits. As to technological development, to solve the food issue, we have to boil it down to technology development. China's agriculture technology innovation, in general, is ranking among the world-class level. Our agriculture technology contribution ratio last year was more than 63%. Agriculture belongs to the ancient traditional industry. Different technologies could be widely applied in agriculture. For example, high-end equipment, agriculture machinery, bio-breeding, the unmanned aircrafts, and AI technologies are already widely used in agriculture, greatly improving the efficiency of production and spurring the new quality productive forces in agriculture. The UAV's ownership exceeded 200,000 in China for agricultural purposes, covering 400 million mu of arable land. They can sow the seeds, they could spray the fertilizers, and they could also monitor the natural disasters. Now, the unmanned aircraft could replace a dozen of manpower. So the dissemination of those UAVs is very important, and also we need very precise seeders. The seeders could control the number of seeds sown in the land, and it's very precise in controlling the depths of sowing. So you can have very precise accounting of the seeds. How many seeds do you sow? They could give us the exact number, like several thousand seeds. Such precise seeders could sow all of the seeds altogether. Many technologies are very promising if applied in agriculture. Of course, there are some loopholes in our technological situation. We still have some bottlenecks. We will continue to focus on improving the overall efficiency of technological innovation in agriculture and keep making breakthroughs in key technologies, especially encouraging the integration of industry, academia, and enterprises so as to cultivate more agri-tech firms, and we hope to be more independent in agriculture, and we hope to contribute to constructing a strong power. Secondly, we must work on benefiting and enriching the farmers. In recent years, China has introduced a series of farmer benefiting policies. For example, subsidies, pricing mechanisms, insurance policies, and credit policies. So the farmers' beneficiaries system is more well developed. We will keep optimizing these policies, and we will completely implement this series of policies benefiting the farmers with no discount. Last year, due to the sluggish demand of agricultural products at certain time points, we imported heavily of some agricultural products, making the price going down, especially the grains price went down significantly, affecting the farmers' income. The central government paid high attention to that issue. So together with other departments, we came up with a series of macro control policies. For example, demarketing policy to stabilize the price. We also increased the storage of grains. So with such macro control policies, we aim to stabilize the market. We've already seen the results of those policies since the Spring Festival, especially for the grains like beans and corns have stabilized their prices or even rebounded. So the positive factors are piling up, supporting the rising trend of the price. In the next step, we will coordinate agricultural production and the export and import of agricultural products. We will continue to give out positive signals and provide some guiding role to maintain certain agricultural products prices within a reasonable range. We must make sure the farmers' basic revenues could be guaranteed, and the farmers could thus be motivated to continue the production. Thirdly, the accountability system. General Secretary Xi Jinping emphasized that food security is the top priority for the nation. To ensure the food, especially key agricultural products' stable supply, has always been the top priority of constructing a strong power. According to the requirement, the main sales and production areas must hold joint accountability. We will implement the new round of grain relocation program. So food security will be the joint responsibility of the party and the government. We will emphasize on the performance evaluation of arable land protection. So together, we could have food supply guarantee done, and the top priority could be realized. Thank you.
好，请北区靠南侧那个穿白色西装的女记者提问。
谢谢主持人。南方都市报恩视频记者提问：今年是巩固拓展脱贫攻坚成果同乡村振兴有效衔接5年过渡期的最后一年。
Last year, the transitioning from DA poverty alleviation to rural revitalization, what's the result for consolidating the results of DA poverty alleviation, and also that how to further promote rural revitalization on the basis of no large of the population fall back to poverty? Thank you for your question. And after we received decisive victory in poverty alleviation in 2022, and the central government as the 2021, so we received the results, and also from 2021 to this year, there is a 5-year of transition, and this year is the last year of that transition period. General Secretary Xi Jinping attaches great importance on consolidating the results gained in poverty alleviation, emphasizing that we should strengthen our oversight work and also provide in advance a helping assistance and make sure that there is no a large scale of
这个
people
过渡期以来呢，
fall
我们在
back
脱贫攻
to
坚
poverty.
期的那些政策总体上是保持稳定的。
Policies
我们强
actually
调
will
四不摘
remain the same.
四不摘。这个
conducted
脱
in
贫攻
poverty
坚
alleviation
成果得到
area.
了有效的巩固
Therefore,
和拓展。
the results of poverty
具体
alleviation
来讲
will
呢，体
remain
现在
and
3个方面。
expanded.
一是
And
这个
showed in
反
the
贫
following
致
three
贫的风
areas.
险呢，
And first,
显
the
著的降
risk
低了。
of letting people back to
我们
poverty
农业农村部门呢，每
lowered.
年我们都要对
For
反
the
贫致
ministry
贫
every
的
year,
群体啊，要开展监测。
we conduct the
这个监测呢，主要是分3类，一
monitoring
类是
work
脱贫
on the
不稳定
people
户，
with the risk of falling back to
已经脱贫了，但
poverty.
是还不够
We talk
稳
about the
定。
people they already
一
live
类
out
呢
of
是
poverty
边
but
缘
not
易致
that
贫户，
stable.
他过去不是
And we
贫
also
困
talk
户，但
about
是
people
呢，
actually at
他
the
现在还有
edge of
致贫的
falling
风
to
险，他处在一
poverty.
个
So
边缘
which
上。
means they at the edge
第
they
三呢
have
叫
the
突发
potential
严重
risk
困难
of
户。
become the
那么农村呢，有一些农户啊，他由于
people in poverty.
收入
And also for
大
people
幅度
in
降
rural
低，
area because
或者
their
支出啊大幅
the
度增加，
income
基本生活呢
decreased
难以保
sharply
障，
or
有
their
反贫致贫的
expenses
风险。
increased dramatically.
这种情
That it
况是比
also
较
could
多
be
的
the reason
啊，
cause
更多
them
的是因
fall
为
back
因
to
病啊、
poverty.
因残呐、
We talk
因
about that
就业
could
不
be
稳啊
because of that
因
difficulty
其
with
他的原因啊，他
the
总会生活
illness
有时候
or
很困难
that's。the physical
叫突发
difficulties
严重
or
困难。
sometimes they encounter
我
that
们对
financial
这3类
difficulties.
农户啊，每
So
年
for
都要
these
进
three
行监
kind
测。
of the rural household, we
去
put
年
a
呢，我
very
们
close
这个
eye
累
on
计
them.
啊，2021
Last
年
year,
以来啊，我们这个
since
监测对象啊，
2021,
这3类农户啊，有
for
261.1万户，其中
2.6 million
脱贫
people
不稳定
under
户占到
our
26.4%，
supervision,
边缘易致
and
贫户呢占到
26.4% of the people
36.1%。
could fall back to
突发严重
poverty,
困难户呢
and
占到了
36.6% that's the people
37.5%。
on the edge, and 37.5
这
people
个这个监测对象里呢，
that's
有
the
原来的
people
脱贫户
with
大约占到
difficulties.
42%，普通农户
And also for
有反贫致贫风险的
42%
也占到
among
了
that
在我
population
们的
as
监
the
测对
people
象里占到了
before lifted out of
58%。
poverty,
这
and
说
for
明啊，我们的
58%
防治反贫
are
致贫的
the
监测呢，已
normal
经逐
rural
步覆盖
household.
到了所有的农户。
So you could see that we
这
basically
个农业农
cover
村部
all
呢，
the
专门有一
rural
个
household.
防反贫
And
致
for
贫的
our
大数据
ministry,
平
we
台，
had a big data
对这些农
platform.
户每一户的
For
情况，
each
我们
and
都能
every
及时掌握
household,
的。
we could learn their
这
picture
个
through
应该
that
说呢
platform.，
就是只要他
You could
符
see
合
that
啊，纳入了监测对象啊，我们每
As
个村
long
都有
as
我
they
们都有基层组
included
织，还有驻村工作队呢。
inside our
我
monitoring
们只要他
platform,
有反贫致贫
and
的
we
风
also
险，
have that working
各
group
种
on the
帮扶
ground.
措施第一时间都会上，啊，
And
精
if
准帮
we
扶。
found that they
它会
face some
这些措施
difficulties
上了以
or
后啊，它
inside
会
our the
慢
a
慢
monitoring
地会
system,
消
we
除
will
这个
provide
反贫致贫的
that
风
the
险，会
support
退
to
出。
them and
他
help
没
them
有退出，这些帮扶措施不能退出，
to be
直到他
removed
符
from
合
our system.
退出
We talk about as long
以
as
后
they meet
才能够
that
消
the
耗在这个平
withdrawal
台上。
standards,
这一套严格的一套
then
规
we
程
could
制度。
stop that assistance
现
provided
在
to
呢，这
them. So
个
we have a whole
整
set
个
of
原来的
procedures
脱贫户
in
啊，
this
包括整
regard.
个农村啊，我们
And
这
for
套
the
工作机
whole
制建
rural
立起来以
areas,
后
we
啊，
have already built
反
up
贫
this
致贫
working
的风险
system
已经很低
that
了。
also help us to lower the
第二呢，
risk
就是
of people
我们这
getting
个
back to poverty.
脱贫地区农民人均可支配收入，
And second,
过去
for
4年
the
是高于
disposable
全国农
income
民
for the
收
people
入
out
增
of
长的平均
poverty,
速度。
actually higher
我们有
than
832
the
个脱贫
average
县
of the
啊，在这
rural
个过渡
population.
期啊，这个
For
这
the
832个贫困脱贫县啊都形成
832
了优
provinces
势
out
突出、
lifted out of poverty, they
特色
show
鲜明
their
的
different
带动能力强的支柱
distinctive
产业。
pillar
特
industry.
别是呢，我们整个脱贫地区啊，过去
And for
建档立
this
卡的贫困
area,
户啊，
especially the
整个
registered
务工
in
就业
our
的规
system
模，这
of
4
the
年一直稳定在3000万人以上。
population with
现在对他
poverty,
们出去务工啊，还都有路费补贴的。
and we provide that
整个
assistance to
农
the
民增
30
收的
million
渠道
people,
在拓宽
and we paid
这
their
些
tickets
脱贫地区的发展后劲
for
在
them
增强。
to traveling to that the
三
working
是呢
places.
我们的义务教育
And third, in terms of
基本医疗、住房
compulsory
安全，我们
education,
叫3保障。
basic that the medical care and also the access to the safety drinking water. And also, we guarantee they have a place to live in. So we also keep a very close eye on these policies. We believe that our results of poverty alleviation have withstood the test of the time, and also we received the recognition from the international communities. But still, we're seeing that there are still risks
我们将会进一步提
exist
高
in these
监测
areas,
帮扶
and
的
this year is the
效能
last year of that 5-year
分
transition.
类推
We
动
will further
这些帮扶产
strengthen
业的
our
提质增效，
policies and
加大
provide
对
efficient,
务工就
provide
业的
support
支持力度，
and to increase the
加大
efficiency
对
of
异地
industries
搬
and
迁
also to
异地
give
扶
the
贫搬迁
support,
的
the
后续的
stronger
支持。
support,
继续
especially
做
the
好
follow-up support
东
for
西部
people
协作、
moved
定点帮扶、
from the
消费
hospitable
帮扶等
areas,
工
and
作。
we will also give them
总之
support
呢，
in
就是要
terms
落
of
实精
consumption.
准的方略，
So
要盯
all
住
in
每一
all, we
个
need to lay out
有
the
返贫致贫风险
targeted
的群众，
measures to
发
really
现一个
provide that
帮扶一
the
个，化
tailored
解一个，
policy and support
确保
to
呢
each and every
不发生规
identified
模性的返贫致贫。
person. Make sure there's no
这个
large
乡村
scale
振
of
兴啊，
people
这是
back
我
to
们
poverty
建
again.
设全面建设社会主义现代化
Talking about
强国的
rural
一项重大的战略
revitalization,
任务。
this is a
这
strategic
个脱
mission
贫
for us to
巩固
realize
的成果
in，
这都是乡
modernization.
村振兴的重要的内容。
We talk about that
那么在这
achievements
个
made
过渡
in
期以
the
后啊，
efforts of poverty
我们
alleviation.
要
That's
更
also part
加全
of
面
the
的
rural
来深入
revitalization.
推进乡
So
村的
right
振
now,
兴
we。also
这个
deepen
总
our
书记
efforts in
强调啊，
promoting
这
rural
个民族
revitalization.
要复兴，乡村
General
必振
Secretary
兴，
Xi is saying that
推进中国式现代化，
the rural
必
areas
须
should
坚持
be
不懈夯
prosper,
实农业基础。
prosperous, then the
推进乡村全面
country
振兴。
can prosper.
这个乡村实
Therefore,
施乡
we
村振
need
兴
to
战略，
redouble our
是
efforts
我们新
in
时
this
代3个
regard.
工作总抓手。
And I believe that's also
这
top
个
our
党中央
agenda in the
已
new
经把这
era.
个乡村振兴的宏伟蓝图已经绘就
The
了。
Party Center
我们还
Committee
要把
has
这个施
already
工
drawn
图
the
啊，把它进一步
blueprint for
细化，
us. Right now, we're working on
要
the
把
action
蓝图
plan
和施工图
to
变成实景图。
interpret that the blueprint to
这
the
个政府
action
工作报
plan
告啊，
to the
对
concrete
深入
steps
推进
our
乡村全面
efforts.
振兴做了全面的部署。
And also the
那么做好
Central
这项工
Committee
作呢，就是要
made
坚持
that
农业农村优先发展，坚持
direction
城乡
and
融合
also
发
the
展，
overall plan in
坚
this
持不断
regard.
深化农
So
村改
we
革，
also need to think
特
about
别
how
是
to
要
better
学习运用啊
deepen the
千
reform
万
in the
农村的
rural
经验，
area and also to roll out the
把这个5大振
examples
兴
and experience we learned from the previous
产业的
pilot
振兴、
projects.
人才的
And
振兴、
also
文化的
the
振兴
we talk about the culture,
生态的振兴
industry,
组织
ecological
的振兴
sector,
等等，一
organization,
件一件抓实，
and
打出
also
成效。
the rural
特别是
revitalization
要
all
坚
should
持
be
把这个产
combined
业振兴
together.
作为重中之
For
重
the，industrial
要
revitalization
推
should
动
also top our
乡村
agenda
的特色产业
because we
演
would
练
like to
演练
boost
增效，
the
连农带
rural
农，
areas, the feature industry, so
要
that
深入
also
挖掘
help
呢农
to
业的
improve
多种功
people's
能，
livelihood there.
深入
And we
开发
also
呢
need to further
深入
expand
开
the
发农业
functions
的多
of
种功能，挖掘乡村
agriculture
的多元价值，
to
大力
explore
发展乡村的
the
新
more
产业事
values
业
and also to
进
find
一
out
步
more
拓宽
values
农民
from
增
the
收致富的
agriculture
渠道。
in order to expand the
党
channels
的20大
for
明确呢，到2035年，
farmers to increase
要
their
农村要
income.
实现基本具备现代生活条件，
And we talk
这也
about
是乡
our
村振兴
goal
的一项重要任务。
is till
那么一定
2028
啊
that，the
要
rural areas
我们现在
should
在
have
都有详细的一
that
些工作计划啊，有一些项目。
the comfort
要
living
瞄准
conditions,
呢
and right now we
现
already
阶
laid
段
out the plans to carry out
农
the
民需求
target.
很迫切，
So first, we need to
现在能够
identify
干几年
as
呢，能
the
够出成效的啊，这些重点的实事儿啊，聚
things
焦
that
呢
could produce
一
that
些
if
民生重点的
immediate
关切，
results,
像乡村
especially
道
the
路、
areas with key
供水
concerns like the
人居
road,
环境、
transportation, the
教
water
育、
supply,
医
the
疗、
living
养老服务
environment,
等啊，这些
education,
都是重点的
elderly
民生
care.
关切，要加大投入力度。
We should invest more
加快
into these
补齐
areas related to people's
基
day-to-day
础设
life
施和公
and
共服务
also
的
to
方面的短板，缩小
shore
城乡差
up
距，
the weak links
提高啊
in
农
order
村
to
基础设施
shorten
的完备度
the，distance between or differences
这
between
公
the
共服
urban
务的
and the
便利
rural
度啊，人
areas
均
and
环境
also
的舒适度，
should
也
improve.
就是要让农民啊
that
可
the
感
living
可及，要
standards
得到实惠。
So we talk about we need to
乡
really
村振
deliver
兴啊，这
tangible
个我们
benefits
常讲呢，
to
说既要富
local
脑袋，也要
farmers.
富口袋，
We talk about
既
we
要
need
塑
to
形，也要
enrich
助魂。
not only enrich
现在这个乡村振
their
兴不振
pockets,
兴啊，
also
不光
need to
看农民的
enrich
腰
their
包鼓不鼓，
mindset.
还要看
So we talk about rural
乡风
revitalization.
好
we not only look at how to increase their income, but we also need to look at the rural mores.
高价彩礼啊，天价彩礼娶不起啊！ 名不翻多的人情
talk about
来
that
往已经
talk about the bride
还不
price
起啊！有的地
sky
方
high
讲豪华丧葬死不起啊！ 以及这个孝道示威
Also in the
农
rural
村老人
areas,
老
we
无所
talk
养
about
这
is
些现象
way so
在一
expensive
些地区都不同程度的存在。
to
所以说呢，
make
还要推
funerals.
进乡村文
So
明建
we
设，
need to think about how
进
we
一
could
步
also
推
build up
动
the
乡
rural
村一
culture
风一俗，进一步加强宣传，
and
发动
also
群众，
to immobilize the
提
people.
升农民的精神风貌。这一方面的工作也非常重要，也要
And
持
this
之以
is
恒的
also our key
抓
job.
出成效，
And also
要让农
to
民有获得
really
感。
produce the
好，谢谢。
results to let people
好，
feel
谢
that
谢
sense
韩部长。
of gains. Thank you very much,
好，谢谢
Mr.
大家。
Han. Thank you.
媒体朋友们，今天
Friends
上
from
午
the
的采
media,
访
this
活
is
动
the
到此
end
结束
of the。
大会
corridor,
新闻中心将
Ministers
于3
corridor.
月11号下午
And
继
the
续举
afternoon
办
of
部长通道，
11th,
敬
we'll
请
have
关注。
the
谢谢
another
大家。
Ministers corridor. Please keep tuned.